The Senate chaplain will lead the Senate in prayer.
Let us pray. Gracious Heavenly Father, we come before you today with hearts full of gratitude for your continuous blessings, unwavering love, and amazing grace. We ask that you would be with our lawmakers. Keep them safe, faithful, and true. Lord, give them hearts to make a powerful impact upon the lives of their constituents. Use our senators also as they seek to make this nation a shining city upon a hill that will illuminate the darkness of our path ahead. Help them to understand that you are their sure foundation, their mighty fortress, and their shelter in the time of storms. Empower them as they seek to bring peace to our world. We pray in your majestic name. Amen.
Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The clerk will read a communication to the Senate.
Washington, D.C., May 14th, 2026. To the Senate. Under the provisions of Rule 1, Paragraph 3 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, I hereby appoint the Honorable Tim Sheehy, a senator from the state of Montana, to perform the duties of the chair. Signed, Chuck Grassley, President pro tempore.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Under the previous order, the Senate will be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, last month a Sioux Falls, South Dakota police officer responded to a report of a weapons violation. While pursuing one of the suspects, the officer in question was ambushed by the other suspect and shot. Here in D.C. last month, law enforcement officers on duty at the White House Correspondents' Dinner responded when an individual darted through a security checkpoint with the intent of assassinating the president and members of his administration. One officer was shot, fortunately in the vest. The job of a law enforcement officer, Mr. President, is an unpredictable one. Of course, all of life has uncertainty, but when most of us depart our houses every day, we can be pretty certain that we will return that evening the same way we left that morning, in safety. Police officers, law enforcement officers don't have that same assurance. The job of a police officer is unpredictable. Some days might be very quiet, helping a stranded motorist, writing a speeding ticket, chatting with kids about police work at a school function. But other days, Mr. President, other days a police officer might respond to a call and be confronted with a gunman. And law enforcement officers never know what kind of day it will be. The Secret Service agent leaving her house in the morning doesn't know whether she will have to show herself between her principal and danger before nightfall. The sheriff's deputy serving a warrant doesn't know whether it will be a peaceful event or whether he'll confront a volley of bullets. And every day, men and women across this country embrace their jobs in law enforcement. They're born protectors who willingly shoulder the risks and dangers to keep them away from the rest of us. And this week, Mr. President, we honor them. This week, we observe National Police Week to honor the service and sacrifice of our nation's law enforcement officers. And tomorrow, we observe National Peace Officers Memorial Day, a day to remember the men and women of law enforcement who have given their lives in the line of duty. This year's Police Week resolution notes that in 2025, more than 200 officers were killed in the line of duty. 200 men and women who left their homes in the morning and failed to return to it at the end of the day. Greater love hath no man than this, that a man lay down his life for his friends. For these men and women, we were all their friends. Mr. President, as we honor the service and sacrifice of our nation's law enforcement officers, we also need to honor their families. Because their families also serve. They say goodbye in the morning to a husband or wife, a mom or a dad, a son or a daughter, with the knowledge always at the back of their minds that their loved one may not come home at the end of the day. And every year, for some law enforcement officers, that fear comes true. And this week and every week, we should remember them. Mr. President, this Police Week, I want to say a special thank you to the South Dakota law enforcement officers, police officers, sheriff's deputies, state troopers, tribal police, federal officers who serve our state. I'm grateful for all you do to keep South Dakotans safe. I also want to thank the officers of the Capitol Police who stand in guard in this building every hour of every day. We're able to work in safety because of your efforts. Mr. President, we live in a fallen world, and there will always be men and women out there with evil intent. And we are blessed to have so many heroic men and women willing to put their lives on the line to protect us. To all of our nation's law enforcement officers today and every day, thank you. And may God bless and protect you as you go about your work. Mr. President, I yield the floor. Suggest the absence of quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Elsabrooks.
President,
Minority Leader.
ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Well, every day, Americans see headlines about rising prices. Just this week, The Economist said, quote, America faces another grocery price shock, unquote. CNN, America is in for yet another long spell of price pain. PBS News, Iran war hits home as gasoline prices fuel significant U.S. inflation jump. Trump will surely try to brush aside these reports of higher cost as fake news. But Americans don't need to see the headlines to know we're in an affordability crisis. Americans feel the crushing weight of higher costs caused by Trump's disastrous war and failed economic policies every time they walk through the grocery aisle and step up to the gas pump. What Americans do not see is any sympathy, any support, any plan from Trump or congressional Republicans to lower costs. In fact, they see the opposite. The other day, Trump said, quote, I don't think about Americans' financial situation. I don't think about anyone. Trump's clueless comments make my blood boil. I don't think about anyone? They make America's blood boil. Americans can't understand how a president could be so cold, so callous, and so proud of it. Donald Trump doesn't think about how every time Americans go to the pump, they're paying over $4.50 for a gallon of gasoline, up more than $1.50 since Trump started this war. Donald Trump doesn't think about how a family's weekly trip to the grocery store got even more expensive with food prices going up in April more than any month in the past 4 years. Trump certainly doesn't think about how wholesale inflation just hit 6%, the highest it's been in nearly 4 years. Donald Trump doesn't think about you, America. Trump is really wrong when he says he doesn't think about anyone. He thinks about himself and only himself, as these past comments have shown. Donald Trump thinks about how badly he wants the American people to bankroll his billion-dollar ballroom. If ballroom Republicans won't think about the economic suffering of the American people, then they better start thinking long and hard about their own political futures. On China. Just a day into Trump's trip to China, and he hasn't done anything to ease concerns that he might sell out America. He arrived with a posse of billionaires in tow, including his own son, who oversees the family business. This kind of stuff is just incredible. So much for fighting against how China is hurting American workers and poisoning our communities with fentanyl. That would get in the way of Donald Trump and his family profiting off doing business with the Chinese Communist Party. Just hours in, and Xi Jinping has already threatened to, quote, collide or even clash, unquote, with the United States if we continue our support for Taiwan. Trump apparently didn't say anything in response. He was just mute. For the sake of democracy and the stability of the global economy, Trump must not sell out Taiwan. Trump must also safeguard the interests of American workers, families, and businesses. Trump is continuing to roll forward on selling AI chips to Chinese companies that are linked to the Chinese military, giving China access to this premier American technology, something we develop with our know-how, our entrepreneurship, our ingenuity, and just giving it away to China? That's dangerous and threatens the U.S. lead in the AI race that's going to shape the global economy for decades. And chips aren't the only way Trump is selling out America. Trump is undermining American auto workers by letting Chinese vehicles flood the market, and that's something he's very much considering. Communities across this country continue to suffer as Trump fails to secure real, meaningful action from Xi to stem the tide of fentanyl that's flowing into our country from China. If Xi out-negotiates Trump, and that's happened almost every time he's negotiated with him in the past, it will undercut American manufacturers and workers who have long been hurt by CCP's predatory trade practices. When Trump does these negotiations, the only thing he's looking for is a headline so he can see himself on the front page of the newspaper. He doesn't think of what will happen a day after. And it hurts America every time. If she outnegotiates Trump, and if America emerges from these negotiations weaker than it was before, there'll be only one person to blame: Donald Trump. On Iran, every day the costs of Trump's disastrous handling of his illegal war with Iran mount up. The most dire cost is a human. 13 American service members killed, nearly 400 wounded. They served with valor. We owe a tremendous debt of gratitude to them, their families, their brothers, sisters in arms who remain in harm's way. But that's not the only way the war has cost us, as bad as that is. Trump's war has cost the American taxpayer at least $29 billion. The war with Iran has cost American families financially, causing inflation to spiral out of control, gas prices to skyrocket, grocery costs to climb. Trump's reckless war has also cost the American policy strategically. Hundreds of installations in the region have been damaged. America's reputation on the world stage has been further tarnished. American munitions stockpiles are shrinking at a time when we need them to deter other aggressors around the world. All for what? What's his goal here? He hasn't achieved any of them. Americans have paid dearly for Trump's blunder in Iran in exchange for little or no gain. The American people may not be benefiting from Trump's war, but our competitors, our rivals across the globe, certainly are. Vladimir Putin couldn't be happier with the Iran war as Russia rakes in record profits from its energy exports, and the Americans use up munitions that could go to Ukraine. As Trump drags America's reputation through the mud, China now presents itself as a source of stability and reason on the world stage. According to press reports, the Chinese have planned secret arms sales to Iran and now look to Taiwan with greater eagerness, since America has devoted so many of our military resources to Iran. If we want to make sure America stays on top, we need to end Trump's illegal war as soon as possible. And finally, on the shooting anniversary of 10 years, 4 years, in Buffalo. Before I close today, I want to say that my heart is with Buffalo as we mark 4 years since the horrific mass racist shootings that took place at the Tops supermarket in 2022. In an instance, 10 beautiful, innocent lives were cut short. 3 were wounded. They were grandparents and sons and daughters, mothers, fathers, friends, people who deeply loved their community and whose absence we feel every single day. But in the face of hatred and tragedy, Buffalo lived up to its reputation as the city of good neighbors. The families of the victims and the whole community pushed Congress to come together in a way it hadn't for decades, beating back the dark forces of the NRA and passing the first major gun safety bill in more than a quarter century. I worked hand in hand with the families of those we lost in Buffalo to pass the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, and their work has undoubtedly saved many lives. We owe it to the victims to not just remember their names, but to build a future where no community has to endure the kind that Buffalo did back then in 2022. So may God bless the families in all of Buffalo as we remember those we lost 4 years ago today. Ruth Whitfield, Roberta Drury, Aaron Salter Jr., Hayward Patterson, Pearl Young, Geraldine Talley, Celestine Cheney, Kat Massey, Margus Morrison, and Andre McNeil. I yield the floor.
President.
Majority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. I come to the floor today to say that the people of Wyoming ask of Washington, D.C. one simple thing, and that is let us do what we do best. Let us power the country and let us feed the country. We've done it for generations, and we will continue to do it for generations to come. The American people want affordable energy. They want energy that they can use, that it's available to them, and it's reliable. Wyoming is America's energy breadbasket, and we produce 12 times more energy than we consume. Congress is currently discussing new mandates that would force more and more ethanol into our fuel tanks. The House voted on it just last night. Mr. President, I oppose a year-round E15 mandate. That's what's currently under debate. I oppose it because it hurts small refineries and all of the people around the country who work in these small refineries. In Wyoming, we have several small refineries. They employ thousands of hardworking people. The refineries receive hardship exemptions for something called the Renewable Fuel Standard mandate. Oh, it's a mandate. They depend on these exemptions to survive, they being the refineries and the people who work for them. Small refineries already face higher costs under federal renewable fuel rules. Without additional relief, the new mandate will likely raise gas prices for consumers all across the country by up to 35 cents a gallon. Small refineries have been ignored so far in the current E15 debate. It is time for their voices to be heard. Affordable, available, reliable American energy never comes from a one-size-fits-all government mandate. It comes from regulatory certainty, from permitting reform, and it comes from people who are working hard every day like our Wyoming energy workers. My message is simple. Let Wyoming do what Wyoming does best. Now, the same principle applies to our ranchers. Americans want U.S. beef on their tables. Wyoming ranchers produce the very best beef in the world. Wyoming beef is safe. It is the highest quality. And, Mr. President, your home state of Montana is known for equal high quality and hard workers. It is our state's #1 cash crop, and I'm sure it is a high cash crop in Montana as well. Wyoming ranchers care for the land. We support our communities. We're great stewards of the land. Ranching is part of Wyoming's rich history and rich heritage. It is also part of our bright future. Our ranchers do not ask for special treatment. They simply want a fair marketplace. They should not have to compete unfairly against foreign beef. It's Washington's job to ensure that there is a fair playing field. The Trump administration recently unveiled a voluntary label program. It's called Product of the USA. It means Americans can trust what they're buying. Just this week, the administration rolled back the Biden administration's disastrous public lands rule. In Wyoming, nearly half of our land is owned by the federal government. The federal government is our largest landlord. Federal law has long recognized the value of land that has multiple uses. It's called multiple use. It's in the law. And one of the uses includes grazing. But the Biden rule changed multiple use into no use. They described no use as one of the multiple uses. We don't think of it that way and never have. This was shut down. This was designed by the Biden administration to shut down federal grazing across the West. It was an attack on the Wyoming way of life. And I aggressively fought back against Biden's punishing regulations right here in the Senate. And I'm glad to see the Trump administration overturn it. Our ranchers will now be able to expand their operations and produce more high-quality Wyoming beef. Now I'm going to continue to fight for policies that expand American beef production. It needs to be easier, not harder, for Wyoming ranchers to feed America. Let Wyoming do what Wyoming does best. Mr. President, on a separate matter, this week is Police Week. We honor the brave officers all across the country who continue to serve and truly remember those who gave their lives in the line of duty. Yesterday, I met with law enforcement officers from Wyoming here in the Capitol. There was a ranger from the Bureau of Land Management. She is from Buffalo, Wyoming. There are also two police officers from Sheridan, Wyoming, part of the same police department that lost Sergeant Nevada Krinke nearly 2 years ago. And they're in Washington, D.C. this week to honor Sergeant Krinke. It was an honor to thank these heroes for keeping our communities safe. You know, every year the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial adds names of fallen officers to its memorial wall. It does this for officers who died in the line of duty in the previous year. It also adds the names of fallen officers from earlier years who, through extensive research, were recently uncovered. It enlists their new names onto the memorial wall as well. This comprehensive roll call of heroes serves as a living memorial to all of the fallen officers in the history of our nation. This year, the names of 363 new fallen officers were added. It's a high number. One of the officers is someone who died in the past, but research has disclosed should have been named, and that's Marshal Daniel Hansen of the Cokeville Police Department in Wyoming. Cokeville is a small town along the western border of our state. Marshal Hansen wore the badge over a century ago. In a wild land at the time dotted by small frontier towns, the difference between civilization and lawlessness was a very thin blue line. On June 21st of 1912, the wife of a local business owner found a blackmail letter. It was signed by notorious outlaws. The note demanded $1,500, which was a fortune at that time. It also threatened to kill her and her family if police were warned. Although any backup was dozens of miles away, Marshal Hansen rode out to investigate. As he did his job, he was shot dead. It's believed that the murder of the marshal had been targeted. More than a century has passed since Marshal Hansen died in the line of duty, yet his legacy of service, selflessness, and sacrifice lives on. Today, Wyoming officers proudly protect and serve across our state. Officers work double shifts. They answer emergency calls. They stay late into the night. And they do all of this to keep their communities safe. And I'm always going to support the men and women of law enforcement without apology. Today, Republicans are putting money back into the pockets of law enforcement. Republicans passed the Working Families Tax Cuts law. That new law includes no taxes on overtime. For Wyoming officers, no taxes on overtime, it's not just extra, it's essential. The average tax deduction for no taxes on overtime this year is more than $3,100. Republicans are again delivering safer streets. The Working Family Tax Cuts law invests in local law enforcement. It helps officers fight violent crime. This year, violent crime is falling across the board. Murders, robberies, rapes, aggravated assaults are all down compared to last year. Clearly, supporting law enforcement makes our communities safer. By contrast, Democrats in Congress continue to want to defund the police. Democrats have left Immigration and Customs Enforcement and Border Patrol officers unfunded since January. Tellingly, the Democrat leader recently said on this floor that ICE and Border Patrol, he said, are two groups nobody respects. Mr. President, radical Democrats continue to disrespect, to demonize, and to defund the men and women who keep us safe. Republicans are going to ensure ICE and Border Patrol are fully funded, and we're going to continue to stand up for the men and women who keep all of our communities safe. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Minority Whip.
Mr. President, later today, the Senate will move one step closer to confirming nearly 50 executive nominees without the consent or agreement of the Senate Democrats. Last year, Senate Republicans made a change in Senate rules that's fundamentally undermined senators' ability to fulfill our constitutional duty of advise and consent. They gave away this body's authority in order to appease this White House. Now, I've been in the Senate long enough to remember a time when this was not even a major issue. It was rare that people would question a nomination and usually threaten to but not reach a floor vote. That has changed dramatically. U.S. attorneys, let me use that as an example. Under President Trump's first term, virtually every U.S. attorney of the 94 vacancies was filled by voice vote. No record vote necessary. Maybe one exception in that period, but virtually all of them by voice vote. Then came President Biden, and a decision by the man who now is Vice President of the United States to force a vote on every single U.S. attorney. It was Vice President Vance who insisted on that, and I came to the floor repeatedly saying, why are you doing this? We've done this on a bipartisan basis up until now, but he says, we want to vote on every one of them. Well, he got his way, and we stopped filling the vacancies of U.S. attorneys under President Biden, and now under President President Trump's second term, we're having individual votes on each one. I don't believe it should ever have reached that point, but it has, and I just described to you how it reached that point. And still, we have this situation where there are objections and demands for votes time and time and time again. We waste too much time on that. Now, some of these nominees are controversial, and they would have separate votes, but that's rare. By and large, we can have agreement if we do it on a bipartisan basis. Unfortunately, this kind of voting that we're going to have today basically says we're throwing in the towel. We're not even going to try to make this a bipartisan process. I'm sorry for that. I warned that this new Republican precedent would open the door to jamming through extreme nominees whose only qualification is loyalty to the president. U.S. attorneys are the top federal prosecutors in 94 districts across the country. We rely on them to be above politics, fair-minded prosecutors who protect victims and hold bad actors accountable. They should not be instruments of political retribution ever. But as I feared, several U.S. attorney nominees in this en bloc package are extreme, I'm afraid to say unqualified. Last year, President Trump nominated people like Ed Martin, Alma Habba, Lindsay Halligan, and others who are not qualified for the post, but committed to carrying out his retribution campaign against President Trump's political enemies. As an interim U.S. attorney, Ed Martin led an unprecedented purge of dozens of career prosecutors in the Department of Justice and FBI agents simply because they did their jobs investigating and prosecuting the attack on the U.S. Capitol. Mr. President, I sit in the Senate Judiciary Committee, and I am embarrassed for the nominees that come before us and are so afraid that they're going to say one word or the other that's going to trigger the ire of the president. And when you ask them basic questions, who won the election between Trump and Biden in 2020, they refuse to answer it. Refuse to answer that question. You can take that question to any 8th grade classroom in my state or Montana, you pick it, and those kids know the answer. President Biden won. Of course he did. He got more votes than President Trump. But these nominees are afraid to say it because President Trump has never acknowledged the obvious. He's been engaged in this big lie strategy ever since, and they're afraid if they cross him by saying the obvious, they're going to invoke his resistance and maybe even lose his support for whatever they're seeking nomination. The same thing is true when you ask about January 6th. Mr. President, you weren't here, I was here. I tell you exactly what happened. A mob came to that Capitol and started coming into the building, and we were warned in the Senate chamber that the Vice President of the United States had to leave because of the danger to him personally. And then they told us, stay in the Senate chamber, the mob's going to stay outside. 10 minutes later, stood up and said, forget what we just said. Everybody file out as quickly as possible. They've broken containment and are moving toward this chamber. And off we went to an adjoining building, waiting until the mob subsided. Over 140 policemen were attacked, physically attacked. 2 of them died, and a day or 2 later. It was a serious moment, and these men and women risked their lives to protect us. And that happened, and it was all captured on videotape. We know what happened. As a result of that, some 1,500 people were arrested for their participation in this mob action, and some of them were actually sentenced to time in prison. What happened when President Trump was elected? Full unconditional pardon of every single one of them. Even those that were physically assaulting the policemen in the Capitol were given a full and unconditional pardon by President Trump. That's a fact. So when we ask these people who want to be lifetime appointments to the federal bench, what happened in the Capitol on January 6th? They say, oh, it was sunny and there was a little wind outside. Well, didn't you see the videotapes? Of course they did. But they're afraid to acknowledge what actually happened for fear that President Trump will turn on them. The latest is when we asked them in the 22nd Amendment to the Constitution, which says that a president can only serve 2 terms, we asked them a basic question. Now get this. President Trump is serving his 2nd term, right? Yes, he is. Can he run for a 3rd term? I'm sorry, I can't answer that. That may be a question that comes before the federal court. Once again, take it to the 8th graders in my state or yours and ask them the basic question. How many terms can a president serve? 2. The Constitution says it, and the president's in his 2nd term. They're afraid to say that for fear that this president will try somehow to enter into a 3rd term in office. I can't imagine how he would, but they're afraid to answer the questions. Those are the kind of nominees that we're getting before the Senate Judiciary Committee. I have never seen in 20 years service on that committee people who are such an embarrassing position that they embarrass themselves, their families and friends who've gathered for them and refuse to answer fundamental basic questions about the Constitution. I've just never seen anything like it. Ed Martin led an unprecedented purge of all the people that I mentioned earlier. He tweeted from the Capitol on January 6th, the day of the insurrectionist mob. I want to quote him, Ed Martin. Like at Mardi Gras today in D.C. Today, love, faith, and joy. Ignore the fake news. Dismiss the violence of the January 6th rioters, Martin said, quote, we have to have less judgment on somebody who hits a cop. I want to repeat that in Police Week because we're all bipartisan. Salute to our men and women in law enforcement. Ed Martin, one of the top guys in the Trump administration, said in reference to what happened on January 6th in this building, quote, we have to have less judgment on somebody who hits a cop. Get out of here. This man is at the highest level of the Trump administration. Although his nomination failed to advance, President Trump continues to nominate people like Martin who defend January 6 rioters and embrace the big lie that the 2020 election was stolen. It is even more of an outrage that during Police Week, when we honor law enforcement's bravery, service, and sacrifice, Senate Republicans are poised to confirm nominees who continue to spread fabrications about the police officers who protected me and other members of the Senate, Republican and Democrat, from the violent mob on January 6th. Take Darren Smith. Darren Smith, nominated to the District of Wyoming. He stood by his radical and dangerous view that Vice President Pence should not have certified the results of the 2020 election. Smith was on the Capitol grounds on January 6th. This nominee for judgeship was on the Capitol grounds on January 6th, made the reprehensible claim, listen to this. This is what Smith said. Hundreds of Capitol police officers who risked their lives that day were guilty of, quote, massive incompetence. Smith blames the police for what happened on January 6th. Without evidence, he claimed that rioters who breached the Capitol were victims of entrapment. 1,500 victims of entrapment. Moreover, Smith is not remotely qualified to be a U.S. attorney. He's going to be in the package, take it or leave it. Prior to becoming interim U.S. attorney, he had no courtroom or litigation experience whatsoever. None. And Smith's lack of experience has had real-world consequences. At least 7 criminal defendants have filed motions to dismiss charges brought by Smith because he told members of a grand jury that the defendants were, quote, murderers, close quote, and that every case before them involved, quote, bad people, close quote. Even the Wyoming U.S. Attorney's Office has admitted Smith's irresponsible and unprofessional comments were, quote, ill-advised. That's the word they used, ill-advised. Worse than that, Smith has violated these defendants' rights and endangered public safety by putting these prosecutions at risk. He wasn't ready for this job. He still isn't. Another nominee Senate Republicans are rubber stamping today is Phil Williams, nominated to the Northern District of Alabama. He bears many unfortunate similarities to Ed Martin. Neither one had any prosecutorial experience prior to their nomination. Instead, like Martin, Williams' main qualification appears to be he's a podcaster, and he makes social media posts in which he spouts mega orthodoxy. And like Ed Martin, Phil Williams has whitewashed January 6th and maligned the law enforcement officers, not the mobsters, the policemen who were here protecting members of the Congress, our staff, and visitors. Williams claimed that January 6 rioters were, quote, hunted down, his words, by law enforcement, whom he accused of, quote, prosecutorial abuse many, many times over. This is a man whose nomination for a lifetime appointment to the federal court is going to be voted on today during Police Week. He went on to say, called the prosecution of January 6 rioters, quote, the Salem witch trials on a national scale. Williams criticized the 87-month sentence imposed on a rioter named Guy Reffitt, claiming he is, quote, according to Williams, nonviolent, close quote. In fact, Reffitt traveled to the Capitol on the day, January 6th, wearing body armor, carrying handguns and cuffs, and planning to kidnap Nancy Pelosi and Mitch McConnell. Prior to his arrest, listen to this, Reffitt, who's been described as nonviolent, Reffitt said to his own minor children, if you turn me in, you're a traitor, and traitors get shot. Senate Republicans will also approve Dan Bishop, nominated to the Middle District of North Carolina, another nominee who has no previous experience as a prosecutor. Lifetime appointment to the federal bench. As a member of Congress on January 6, 2021, Bishop voted against certifying the 2020 election results. He didn't accept what is clearly the fact. The president lost the 2020 election. President Biden won. Bishop falsely claimed, and I quote, Democrats' attack on our election was coordinated and widespread. Even today, Bishop refuses to disavow debunked crackpot theories about the insurrection. He told me, quote, I've heard credible accounts that Black Bloc Antifa agitators were in the crowd, among the first to vandalize the Capitol building. So I think that leftists participated in, perhaps investigated the mayhem in part. One of the wild conspiracy theories which he still stands by. There is a clear through line here with these extreme unqualified nominees. Their MAGA loyalty all but guarantees they will use their post in the U.S. Attorney's Office to go after the president's political opponents. President Trump has nominated these January 6th apologists for another equally concerning reason. He wants to make the case that the 2020 election was stolen to justify interfering in the 2026 election. And he wants loyal foot soldiers in the U.S. Attorney's offices who will help him carry out this mission. Confirming these nominees to top law enforcement positions, particularly given their attacks on police officers simply for doing their jobs on January 6th, is disrespectful to law enforcement, even more so during Police Week. I urge my colleagues today, when this package comes before us, oppose these nominees. And because this rancid package of nominees is a take it or leave it on nearly 50 nominees, by all means, leave it. I yield the floor.
Senator of Texas.
Mr. President, this year, as we all know, we are celebrating America's 250th anniversary. This, of course, is an opportunity for all of us to reflect with gratitude on the many liberties and freedoms that we enjoy, fundamental freedoms not enjoyed by most of the rest of the world, all of which help make America an exceptional nation. America is a country envied by millions or perhaps billions of people around the world who long to experience the liberties we too often take for granted here at home. But it's also true that many countries do not share our values. Instead, they impose authoritarian or theocratic rules on their own citizens, as we've witnessed in recent years. Even in countries like Africa, like in Nigeria, even in continents like Africa, in countries like Nigeria, they've come under international scrutiny for violating the rights and freedoms of Christians and other religious groups as their legal system has become more and more entwined with theocratic rule, in this case, Sharia law. The United States Commission on International Religious Freedom issued a report last July detailing some of these abuses. The report found that Nigeria's enforcement of so-called blasphemy laws have created restrictions on the religious freedom of Christians and other faith groups. Nigeria's constitution grants authority to local governments to adjudicate their laws through Sharia or religious courts. And in some places, this has resulted in the charging and fining and imprisonment of non-Muslims. 12 states in northern Nigeria have been permitted to implement laws derived from a Sharia framework criminalizing blasphemy. They've also enforced Sharia-based code punishment that utilizes corporal punishment, including amputation and stoning for certain offenses. Some state governments in Nigeria have thrown several people into prison for violating blasphemy laws, including a Christian nurse and a humanist who were both released last year. Several more remain in prison to this day under similar charges, with some even sentenced to the death penalty. And in Europe, as a result of massive migration from Middle Eastern countries, there has been an increase in the practice of Sharia law in various Muslim enclaves, frequently pockets of parallel legal norms in some urban centers. While we as Americans allow freedom of speech and expression and religion, it's hard to imagine a judge in another country imposing the death penalty on someone for having different beliefs, or for a judge to throw someone in jail for sending a message online that a religious judge finds offensive, which of course would never happen in America because of the First Amendment in part, which protects religious freedom. But this is a road that America could go down if we do not remain vigilant and committed to the foundational principles of individual liberty, freedom of speech, and freedom of religion enshrined in our Constitution. These incidents occurring in Nigeria may seem far away, but they underscore the dangers of what can happen in a country that is not guided by the values that we hold dear here in America. And they offer a glimpse of what could happen in free Western countries like the United States if Sharia law became entwined in a nation's governing philosophy. And as I mentioned, because of massive Muslim immigration from the Middle East into Europe, this is happening right now in many enclaves across Europe. Back home in Texas, my constituents have become increasingly alarmed at immigrant enclaves that seek to adopt Sharia law right here in the United States. Last summer, a group of individuals attempted to create a Sharia law compound in Josephine, Texas, known as the East Plano Islamic Center, otherwise known as Epic City. This complex would have been a planned community strictly for Muslims, centered around a mosque and a private Islamic grade school. The developers planned to have homes available for sale to non-citizens, but restricted those to those who would supposedly, and I quote, contribute to the overall makeup of the community, close quote. In other words, they would seek to bar people not sharing their same beliefs. This is clearly a very lightly veiled attempt at religious discrimination, and of course is prohibited by federal law, including the Fair Housing Act, among other civil rights laws. Naturally, many of my constituents were concerned, as was I. There's something so alarming about this planned community where only residents of a particular faith are welcome and allowed to purchase a home, and where principles of religious law, like Sharia law, would govern daily life, education, and commerce. I wrote a letter to the Department of Justice asking them to investigate Epic City for potential violations of federal civil rights laws. Governor Abbott has been instrumental in making sure that this planned community will never come to fruition, and I'm thankful for his leadership and remain committed to ensuring that Texas does not ever allow such a community to be created. Furthermore, I plan to introduce legislation here in the Senate to ensure that any attempts to impose or adopt religious law, including Sharia, never become realized. Our country was founded on principles of liberty, equality, freedom of religion, and freedom of speech. We cannot shrink from these ideals by allowing certain individuals to advocate or embrace Sharia law, nor can we allow advocates for Sharia law to enter our country and actively work to undermine our Constitution. Mr. President, we welcome legal immigrants from around the world, regardless of religious belief, who want to become Americans through a legal, orderly process. But we want Americans in name, not just in name only, but in terms of their willingness to embrace the very values ensconced and protected by our Constitution. We want them to become fully assimilated as Americans, as America always has. By recommitting ourselves to our Constitution and to our founding principles, our country will see another 250 years of liberty and justice for all. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator Vermont.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, multiple press articles and reports by human rights organizations, as well as United Nations human rights investigators, have documented the widespread acts of horrific sexual violence against prisoners in the Middle East over many years. These articles and these reports describe, often in graphic, gruesome detail, a consistent pattern of sexual abuse corroborated by multiple sources, and in some cases with shocking photographs and videos posted on social media by the perpetrators themselves. These allegations amount to gross violations of human rights, including torture, and if committed by members of foreign military and police forces that receive training or equipment from the United States, they are sanctionable under United States law, the Leahy Law. In Egypt, Allegations of acts of systemic sexual violence against prisoners are not new. The allegations have been the subject of reports, including by U.S. and Egyptian human rights organizations and the Department of State for many years. Mr. President, we also know that Hamas militants who invaded Israel on October 7, 2023, committed absolutely brutal acts of sexual violence, including gang rape, against Israelis during the attack and against Israeli hostages. On May 12th, a team of Israeli researchers released a report which concluded that sexual violence by Hamas militants against women and men was systematic, widespread, and integral to the attack. And many of us have condemned those barbaric crimes and called for justice for the Israeli victims. And I personally still have vivid memories of hearing personally of the horrors of these attacks from Israeli victims who bravely came and spoke to members of the United States Senate. Mr. President, there's also extensive evidence, both before and after October 7th, of a pattern of sexual violence against Palestinian prisoners by Israeli security forces. Allegations of such abuses in Israeli prisons are not new, but they have sharply increased since October 7th. So have reports of widespread abuses and killings of Palestinian civilians by Israeli soldiers, and acts of violence, including sexual assault and murder by Israeli settlers, which reportedly continue to this day. I'll not repeat the gruesome details of the attacks reportedly committed against Palestinian prisoners by Israeli soldiers, but I do urge my colleagues, uncomfortable as it may be, to read the articles by Nicholas Kristof in the May 11 New York Times entitled "The Horror of Sexual Assault in Israeli Prisons" and "The Silence That Meets the Rape of Palestinians." The heinous acts that were described to him by former prisoners and witnesses, if proven in a court of law, would warrant decades-long prison sentences. Despite overwhelming evidence, Egyptian authorities and Hamas officials have denied that forces under their command have sexually assaulted prisoners. Likewise, Israeli authorities, including Prime Minister Netanyahu, while rightly condemning Hamas's acts of sexual violence, dismissed out of hand the reports of similar acts by Israeli soldiers as fabrications. The fact is that these are not isolated reports, nor are victims of sexual violence prone to voluntarily invite the public scrutiny and profound embarrassment that comes with describing being subjected to these types of humiliating mistreatment. Mr. President, every year Egypt and Israel receive more military aid paid for by American taxpayers than any other countries, and that's by far. Yet neither of their governments nor our own have shown the slightest concern about addressing long-standing allegations of the widespread use of sexual violence against prisoners in their custody. That is unacceptable. It must change. American taxpayer funds are directly supporting foreign military units that have been credibly implicated in rape and other abhorrent acts of sexual violence. Mr. President, the United States has long embraced in its foreign policy the protection of human rights. It is at the heart of the Leahy Law, passed by this United States Senate. That law directs the Secretary of State to investigate credible reports of human rights abuses. Mr. President, in light of the credible reports of gross human rights abuses, I call upon the Secretary of State to act, to investigate, and to abide by the provisions of the Leahy Law. I yield back.
Senator Vidiana.
Mr. President, most Hoosiers wake up every morning and they see their children off to school or head to work without event, without an incident. They live in safety because a select few of their fellow citizens willingly forfeit their own safety. May 10 to 16 is National Police Week. And it's a useful reminder for all of us of what we owe our law enforcement, particularly our Indiana law enforcement officers, and what more we can do for them. You see, our police officers, Mr. President, are the thin blue line between order and chaos. The men and women who wear the badge are our guardians of peace who willingly stand in the way of all sorts of threats to their communities and to our interests. Whether our ears are being destroyed by public disorder, our cars break down, or our homes are invaded, when trouble comes, our law enforcement officers are not far behind. Too often we appreciate them only when we need them. And that's why we've set aside this week to remember them, to honor them. Just as commonly, we overlook the grave danger they willingly face on our behalf. The hero's badge is a criminal's target. The National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial here in Washington, which carries the names of 24,000 police officers killed in the line of duty, reminds us of this sobering reality. Every year, additional names are added to these rolls. Around 100 police officers die on the job annually, the majority as a result of violent and other serious crimes. In 2024, 85,730, think of that number, 85,730 police officers were assaulted in the line of duty. This is dangerous work. Many of these incidents were ambush attacks when criminals target police officers unexpectedly. According to the National Fraternal Order of Police, such incidents accounted for nearly 30% of officer shootings last year. These terrible sacrifices are why, since 1962, Americans have honored our law enforcement personnel during the second week of May. National Police Week is an occasion to renew our unwavering support for law enforcement officers. It's an opportunity to recognize and give thanks for their unseen acts of heroism, to honor and remember those who've laid down their lives to protect others, and express our solemn appreciation to the loved ones of officers who made the ultimate sacrifice. Let's remember the families. Let's remember the families of these brave men and women and their sacrifices. And remembrance is important, so is gratitude, but these alone are not enough. Our police officers defend us, and we, in turn, can deter and punish those who would do them harm. That is why in the Senate, I'm supporting the Protect and Serve Act. This legislation was introduced by my colleague, Senator Tillis, and this bill would create a new category of crime for those who attack federal, state, or local law enforcement officers. It would give federal prosecutors more tools to go after those who deliberately target law enforcement officers by making it a federal crime to knowingly cause or attempt to cause bodily injury to a law enforcement officer. And under the bill, offenders would be subject to imprisonment for up to 10 years, a stiff penalty for a serious crime. An offender under this bill could receive a life sentence if a death results from the offense, or the offense includes kidnapping, attempted kidnapping, or attempted murder. Yes, this legislation is tough, but we need to be tough. This legislation aligns with common sense. We need to better protect those who protect us, and Congress should move this bill this year. So whether they serve in the local, state, or federal level, our law enforcement officers are the best and the bravest in our community. Laws mean little without men and women sworn to uphold them. So during National Police Week, let's reflect on how much we owe them and show our support for the men and women wearing the badge across Indiana and across America. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. And I note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Senator Kansas.
Mr. President, I'd like to end the quorum call,
Without objection.
and I'd like to proceed if I could.
Without objection.
moms.gov, moms.gov, moms.gov. I want to congratulate the White House on giving folks out there a one-stop shop. It's for folks that are expecting. It's for couples that are pregnant. And it's especially, I think, for people that want to become pregnant. It's to talk about what to expect when expecting, to talk about folic acid and the importance of prenatal vitamins before you conceive. But a very special area of my concern from the moms.gov is to talk about infertility. Now, my colleagues know that I had the honor in rural Kansas delivering a baby most every day for 25 years and had a pretty active infertility clinic as well. In fact, 1 out of 10 couples are infertile. And though I enjoyed every baby I delivered, it was certainly a special joy to help a couple through those years typically of infertility and send them home with a baby. So that's why I'm so very proud to stand with this administration, which I believe is the most pro-family administration in our lifetime. As I pointed out, the White House launched moms.gov, a one-stop resource for expecting and new mothers, pregnancy care, nutrition, fertility support, child care, all in one place. You know, it's a simple idea with a big impact. I got on it yesterday just to see what resources were available and trying to hook up expecting moms or folks that are already pregnant with the local easiest clinic to access. But one of the things I was really excited to see on there was Trump RX. You know, Trump RX is so important to the infertile couples because the biggest barrier to infertility treatment, of course, are the very expensive medications. Couples spending thousands of dollars each month on these medications, typically to help them ovulate. Now, Trump RX has already helped 20,000 patients, nearly 20,000 patients, and they've saved almost $15 million on these fertility medications. A new employer fertility benefit will also reach an estimated 750,000 Americans a year. That's 20% of all births. So hats off to the administration for Trump RX and helping us treat infertility. What else have they done? The Rural Health Transformation Fund, they've invested another $50 billion. And again, with all Republican-only votes, that fund is available to help improve many health issues, but especially there's opportunities to improve maternal health in rural America as well, just like the ones where I served, where I was the only OB for many, many years in the middle of some 50,000 patients. You know, of course, we just celebrated Mother's Day this past weekend, and I can't help but emphasize that strong families are the foundation of America and one of the pillars that this country is founded upon. So I'd ask my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join us and co-sponsor our legislation expanding fertility coverage and to continue to support rural maternal health funding. And let's make sure that starting a family in America is never out of reach because of cost. Hopeful moms and dads are counting on us. Now let's get that done. Mr. President, next I'd like to rise and talk about the STOP Act, safeguarding the overall protection of minors. Safeguarding the overall protection of minors, the STOP Act. Now, Mr. President, I wish we didn't have to introduce this bill. You know, as I pointed out earlier, I got to deliver over 5,000 babies and just took care of countless adolescent girls, young women as well. So this is a group of patients that I think I understand pretty well and the challenges in their lives. And I certainly understand what irreversible medical interventions do when applied too early, without the maturity for this young lady to understand the consequences. And in many cases, the parents don't understand the consequences, and in other cases, the parents may not even know this is going on. Now, across this country, minors are being placed on pathways towards puberty blockers. So it keeps a boy from becoming a man, it keeps a girl from becoming a woman, and we'll leave it that simple. But there's medications out there that delay puberty. And by the way, they have significant consequences and complications as well. Others are given cross-sex hormones, and again, these are irreversible. Once a woman starts growing a beard, even though she stops the hormone, chances are that beard's going to continue. If it's caused her to have male baldness, that's probably likely to never return to normal as well. And of course, these surgeries are irreversible. They're permanent. They're painful. They cause chronic scar tissue and chronic pain. And of course, it means they're infertile for the rest of their lives. Could you imagine letting a 13, 14-year-old boy or girl decide that they'll never have children again? Well, so how big of a problem is this? Why are Republicans concerned about it? Well, under extreme pressure, over 14,000 minors have been manipulated into undergoing life-altering sex change procedures that leave them, as I said earlier, maimed, sterilized, and psychologically damaged. And my heart pours out to these young men and women. I can't imagine the challenges they go through, and we want to get them the help and the support that they need as well. But these irreversible surgeries and medications are not the answer. Instead, they're going to complicate the situation. Look, this isn't, this practice of transgender surgeries and medications, it's not medicine, it's not caution. In fact, these actions are not medical care, they're child abuse. Think about it. Think about that who can argue with me that this isn't child abuse? And sadly, I think when the history books are written hundreds of years from now, this may be the darkest chapter in the history of medicine. Our STOP Act, again, the Safeguarding the Overall Protection of Minors Act, simply restores a basic standard. Children should not undergo irreversible procedures they cannot fully comprehend and can't undo. It holds providers accountable and ensures there are real consequences when that line is crossed. This is about giving children the time, the love, the compassion they deserve before decisions are made that last a lifetime. And if I could, I'd like to give a big shout out to those organizations that have bravely stepped forward to support us. The Students for Life of America, the American Principles Project, and the Religious Liberty Commission, and I know there's others. So thank you for that support. Thank you for caring about children and young adults. So, Mr. President, we owe them that protection. We owe our youngsters, our young adults this protection, and I urge our colleagues to support our STOP Act. Thank you, and I yield back.
Senator Louisiana.
526? Mr. President, please vote for my resolution 526. I also ask that the vote on my resolution 526 begin immediately. I withdraw that motion, but I still want you to vote for my resolution 526.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, as you know, every year we recognize Police Week. Mr. President.
Senator of California.
For the folks back home, let the record reflect even the United States Senate can experience some technical difficulties. But we're going to try this again. Colleagues, as you know, every year we are honored to recognize Police Week with thousands of officers from across the United States descending here in the nation's capital to honor those who have fallen in the line of duty. There's a number of events and ceremonies throughout the week, and the Judiciary Committee in the Senate, among others, is proud to utilize this opportunity to advance policies, legislation, and initiatives in support of women and men in uniform across the country. And I personally am honored to work closely with state and local law enforcement agencies in my home state of California and to advance their efforts by strengthening partnerships with federal support. Earlier today, we considered a slate of bills in the Senate Judiciary Committee that would do just that by improving law enforcement and supporting safer communities. Proud to say a series of bills came out with overwhelming, mostly unanimous, bipartisan support. That's the Judiciary Committee. In the Senate Rules Committee, Chairman McConnell and I have the particular special responsibility of overseeing the United States Capitol Police and ensuring that they don't just have the right policies in place to do their job, but advocating for the proper resources for Capitol Police to do their very important and unique job, and not just protecting the Capitol complex as a campus, and not just us as members of Congress, and not just our staff, but visitors to the Capitol, and the Capitol as an icon of our democracy for current and future generations. It's a big job, and the women and men of the Capitol Police Department do their jobs well. After all, Congress is the first branch noted in the Constitution. So I'm grateful for what they've achieved over the course of years, certainly in recent years in the wake of January 6th. But as big as their job is, they find themselves in need of reinforcements, and they're working hard to address some staffing shortages. It's not just by the numbers. Let me quote Chief Sullivan, Chief of the Police for the Capitol Police, who has shared in testimony recently, quote, "We simply must continue increasing staffing levels." And he made the reasons for this quote very clear. Quote, "The implementation of additional security measures on the Capitol complex, combined with the need to surge resources to address the recent rise in threats, has overextended the department's traditional staffing model." So, in the bigger picture, the longer term, we need to do more to improve recruitment and retention of Capitol Police officers. But today, colleagues, I offer a modest step that we can take. Currently, the federal law enforcement retirement age is 57, but the Capitol Police Board can increase that up to 60 for officers who may wish to continue their service, to extend their service. We're talking about officers who have served for a long, long time and have a tremendous amount of institutional memory, experience, and expertise. They offer immense value to the department. Senator McConnell and I have a bill to increase that retirement age of the Capitol Police Board to be able to extend the retirement age to 62 instead of the current 60, allowing us to all benefit for a few more years for those veteran officers with their experience and expertise who desire to continue to serve. This is voluntary, but an important element to what the Capitol Police does and needs. The House unanimously passed a bill just recently, a very similar bill, and after some bicameral and bipartisan discussions, I hope to see this measure signed into law. The Capitol Police Union, as well as the department, support this step, and I believe it deserves unanimous support from the Senate. So that being said, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of S. 4530, which is at the desk.
Clerk will report.
S. 4530, a bill to amend chapters 83 and 84 of Title V, United States Code to authorize an increase of the retirement age for members of the Capitol Police.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of calendar number 296, SRS 526.
The clerk will report, please.
Calendar number 296, SRS 526, withholding the pay of senators if a government shutdown occurs.
Mr. President, I know no further debate on the measure.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
Mr. President, I know of no further debate on the measure.
If there's no further debate, the questions on the adoption of the resolution. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. And the resolution is adopted.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
And I move to proceed to executive session and consider calendar number 735.
Questions on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. And the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the judiciary, Shira Atkins Clark of South Carolina to be United States District Judge for the District of South Carolina.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Sharia Atkins Clark of South Carolina to be United States District Judge for the District of South Carolina, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent that reading the names be waived.
Without objection.
And I move to proceed to legislative session.
Questions on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And all opposed, say no. The ayes appear to have it, and the ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session and consider calendar number 737.
Questions on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. The ayes appear to have it, and the ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination, please.
Nomination, the judiciary, Evan Reike of the Virgin Islands to be Judge for the District Court of the Virgin Islands.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Evan Reike of the Virgin Islands to be Judge for the District Court of the Virgin Islands for a term of 10 years, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent that reading the names be waived.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call with respect to the cloture motion on the nominations in block pursuant to SRS 690.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I have 3 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Senator from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask unanimous consent to vitiate the quorum call.
Without objection.
Thank you. I rise today because America needs to remember that our nation was not built by men who asked permission from history. It was built by men who looked into the unknown and saw more than danger, they saw destiny. 222 years ago today, on May 14, 1804, Meriwether Lewis, William Clark, and the Corps of Discovery departed from the St. Louis area and began one of the most consequential journeys in the history of our republic. But before they ever set foot in that wilderness, our nation made its boldest wager yet. In 1803, President Thomas Jefferson doubled the size of the United States with the Louisiana Purchase. He bought a continent on paper, sight unseen, believing that the future belonged to a people willing to bet on themselves, endure hardship, and build something greater than themselves. America 250 cannot become a year-long exercise in nostalgia. It must be a national summons to remember what we inherited, to recover the courage that built it, and to rededicate ourselves to it. Jefferson understood something too many in this city have forgotten. Nations are not forged by committees of caution. They are forged by men with enough faith to act before every risk has been removed. Jefferson gave that honor to a small band of men who turned their restless, adventurous, and fearless American spirit into something that could be passed down for centuries. These were not soft men. They were not managed men. They were men born close enough to the revolution to understand that freedom is not a theory. It is something fought for, defended, and carried forward across generations. But on the banks of the Missouri that day, there was no great spectacle, no crowds, no fanfare, and no guarantees. From the first settlements in Jamestown to the edge of the frontier in Missouri, every generation of Americans has carried a simple promise forward that this nation, this republic, would belong to her people. Meriwether Lewis and William Clark came from those first families of Virginia and Jamestown. They were raised in the shadow of the American Revolutionary War. They were descended from those who bled for this budding nation. Their kith and their kin had already fought to carve a nation out of the wilderness and empire. They inherited not just land, but virtue, discipline, leadership, and a willingness to stake everything on uncertain ground. Every mile they gained was earned through hunger, through bitter cold. Lewis and Clark faced rivers that threatened to sweep them away. They encountered tribes whose intentions they could not know. They came face to face with grizzly bears, unlike anything Americans had seen before. And still, they pressed forward. Not because the path was easy, but because their mission demanded it. That is what courage looks like. Not one dramatic act, but a habit formed mile by mile, hardship by hardship, by a people proving themselves worthy of the inheritance that they've received. That first summer, as they passed what would one day become Jefferson City, and later near present-day Kansas City, they passed on the 4th of July and paused. Hundreds of miles from civilization, surrounded by uncertainty, they celebrated the birth of this great republic. They fired their rifles into the sky. They shared an extra ration of whiskey. And they toasted a nation that existed in that moment more in their hearts than in the world around them. Think about that. In the middle of an unknown wilderness, they celebrated freedom. That is America. Not comfort first, not fear first. America is men in the wilderness, raising a toast to liberty because they knew the republic was real, even when civilization was far away. And the expedition continued. The challenges only grew. Winter came hard and unforgiving. The mountains rose before them. The land itself seemed to push back against every step westward. Avalanches, freezing winds, starvation, exhaustion, staring fate directly in the eye in the high passes of the Rocky Mountains. the Corps of Discovery learned something that has defined the American story ever since: that progress is not given, it is earned. That destiny is not inherited whole. It must be claimed through sacrifice, endurance, and through faith. And so they climbed, they crossed, they endured. Until in November of 1805, after more than a year of hardship on the other side of the Continental Divide, William Clark wrote 3 simple words: ocean in view. In those 3 words was the answer to every frozen mile, every doubt, every hardship endured along the way. The unknown had given way to proof. The continent was not a barrier. It was, in fact, a bridge. What had been uncertain before became the foundation of a nation stretching sea to shining sea. And from that journey flowed the America that we know today, the river cities of the Midwest, and of course my hometown of St. Louis, that later was christened the Gateway to the West, and the beautiful and majestic Gateway Arch that now commemorates that heritage, the industries, the railroads, settlements, and towns that would rise across the continent. And the mighty Mississippi became the first economic superhighway. Lewis and Clark did not build all of that with their own hands, but they made it possible. And that path began in my state of Missouri. Mr. President, we often speak in this chamber about budgets and programs and legislation, but beneath all of that lies a much deeper question: who are we? Are we still the kind of people who build, who explore, who dare, who believe enough in ourselves to shape the future? Or have we become a nation content to manage decline, a people more comfortable explaining why greatness is impossible rather than summoning the courage to pursue it? Lewis and Clark did not cross a continent so that their descendants would learn to live small. America was founded on a bold declaration and revolutionary ideas, but not just ideas. It is a nation. It is a people. It is an inheritance purchased by the sacrifice of generations who refused to accept the limits placed before them and entrusted to them to carry forward. From the pioneers who crossed the frontier, to the workers who built our industries, to the innovators who reshaped the modern world, this country has always been defined by people who honored the past by building something worthy of it. They did not worship ashes, but instead preserved fire. That is the legacy of Lewis and Clark. Not merely that they explored a continent, but that they revealed the character of the people capable of building a civilization upon it. A people who move forward, a people who endure, a people who build. As America approaches 250 years of independence, that spirit is being called upon once again. The spirit of '76, the spirit of discovery and taming a continent, the spirit of St. Louis, the American spirit. Take the inheritance, carry the flag, and build the future. We face different challenges today, sure, but the test is the same. Do we have the courage to still act, the discipline to endure, the confidence to shape our own destiny? Or will we allow the flame carried across this continent through hardship and danger to flicker and to fade? I do not believe that the American people have forgotten who they are. I believe that spirit still burns. And like Lewis and Clark before us, it's now our responsibility to carry it forward, faithfully, courageously, and without apology. Not for ourselves alone, but for the generations yet to come. So that when they look back on us, they will see a generation that merely didn't just curate the future ruins of a great nation. They will see a generation that remembered who we were, a generation that took up the trail, a generation that carried the flag, a generation that kept the flame alive, and a generation who handed this republic on stronger, freer, and more faithful to its inheritance than we received. As Mr. President, As if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of Senate Resolution 729, which was submitted earlier today.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 729, recognizing and honoring Meriwether Lewis and William Clark and the Corps of Delivery for their expedition to explore the Louisiana Purchase.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Iowa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Folks, we all know energy security is national security. And right now, what's left of the brutal Iranian regime is holding the world hostage and targeting the flow of oil through the Strait of Hormuz. That's unacceptable. Instead of Americans paying more at the expense of Iranian terrorists, we should be using every tool at our disposal to ensure price stability, especially at the gas pump. That is why I have been a long-time champion of unleashing domestic energy, including higher blends of homegrown ethanol and giving retailers the choice of offering a lower-cost, American-made fuel solution. Last night, the House, through the leadership of the entire Iowa delegation, passed common sense legislation to unleash year-round E15, which will lower prices at the gas station and at the same time provide new markets for Iowa farmers. Folks, I've heard it over and over again, this is a mandate. This is not a mandate. E15 simply gives consumers yet another more affordable price at the pump. It is about choice. Again, it is not a mandate. It is just another choice at the pump. We've seen it work. We've seen it work. Thanks to President Trump's approval of summertime sales of E15, this Memorial Day weekend, Americans are estimated to save $110 million just by using E15. That's real savings. And with the House's inclusion of my provision to cut red tape, we can completely avoid costly fuel infrastructure upgrades and unlock E15 at every gas station or truck stop across the country. Congress should be using all the tools at our disposal to give every family the chance to take part in those savings, deliver certainty and stability for consumers, and drive down prices for Americans from coast to coast. It is no surprise President Trump has long supported this America First policy that improves affordability and keeps our energy supply secure. Even dating back to 2016, President Trump championed the option for consumers to have access to E15. And earlier this year in Iowa, he called for Congress to pass E15 legislation and deliver it to his desk so he could sign it without delay. Mr. President, we are on it. The House got it done last night. Now it's the Senate's turn. And let me emphasize for all who are listening that our large oil companies and those truly small oil refineries, our fuel retailers, our ag associations, and the biofuel groups have all created and support this E15 agreement. That's large oil companies all the way to the farmers. They support the deal that was passed in the House. And I want to thank everyone that has come forward to support the House legislation. Now, there are a few folks out there that don't agree with this deal. These are the so-called mid-sized refineries. Those mid-sized refiners are the ones that are gaming the system and are falsely describing what the E15 deal will do. Again, large oil companies and those small oil companies, they agree with our biofuel producers and support the E15 legislation. The mid-sized refiners that are trying to kill this year-round E15 deal, and I will tell you, there are only 6 mid-sized refiners, 6. Those 6 mid-sized fuel refiners, excuse me, that are trying to kill this bill made more, just six of these refiners made more in 2026 so far, and we'll continue this trend, than the 3.32 million family farms have made in 2026. Six refiners are making more than the 3.32 million American family farms. Those are the 6 refiners, just six, that are trying to kill this bill in the United States Senate. So again, I want to say thank you so much to those large oil companies, the truly small oil refiners, our fuel retailers, our ag associations, and our biofuel groups, and mostly our American farmers. I want to say thank you so much for coming together to create sensible legislation on E15 year-round that will help every American consumer that's fueling at the pump have another choice. Not a mandate, but a choice. And I'll tell you what, because I use ethanol back home in Iowa when I'm fueling my vehicle, that when I pull up to the pump, the choice I make is the cheaper alternative that supports our American farmers, and that's E15. And I'm proud to support. I'm encouraging all of our members here in the United States Senate to support this really common sense legislation that has come forward from the House. Support our hardworking Americans. There should be absolutely no more delay. So, Mr. President, thank you, and I yield back the floor.
Vote already.
Mr. President.
Senator from Iowa is recognized.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the previously scheduled roll call vote begin immediately.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the
I ask
undersigned
consent that
senators,
the
in
reading-
accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, and the provisions of S. Res. 690, 119th Congress, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on Executive Calendar Number 615, 616.
I ask consent that the reading of the numbers be waived.
Without objection.
Signed by 17 senators as follows.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum called under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the en bloc nominations provided for under the provisions of Senate Res. 690 shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Mr. Armstrong, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis. Mr. Deans. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Marino. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Blackburn, Britt, Budd, Collins, Crapo, Curtis, Ernst, Haggerty, Husted, Kennedy, Moody, Murkowski, Paul, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Tillis, Tuberville, and Wicker. Senators voting in the negative: King and Whitehouse. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Lujan, no. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Welch, no. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mrs. Hyde Smith. Mrs. Hyde Smith, aye. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, aye. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz, no. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis, Aye. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Hoban, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Moreno, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Daines, aye. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Armstrong, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Bennett, Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Ms. Brooks, no. Mr. Kramer, aye. Ms. Rosen. Ms. Rosen, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 51, the nays are 46. The motion is agreed to. Cloture having been invoked pursuant to the provisions of Res. 690, the nominations listed therein are pending en bloc.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from North Dakota.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to legislative session and be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration, and the Senate now proceed to Res. 680.
The clerk will report.
Res. 680, commemorating the 10th anniversary of the Columbine Day of Service and honoring the memories of the victims, survivors, and their families.
Without objection, the committee is discharged and the Senate will proceed to the measure.
I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions be discharged from further consideration, and the Senate now proceed to Senate Resolution 706.
The clerk will report.
Res. 706, expressing support for the designation of April 2026 as National Child Abuse Prevention Month, and so forth.
Without objection, the committee is discharged and the Senate will proceed to the measure.
I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate now proceed to the en bloc consideration of the following resolutions, which are at the desk. Res. 733, Res. 734, Res. 735, Res. 736, and Res. 737.
Without objection, the Senate shall proceed to the resolutions en bloc.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the resolutions be agreed to, the preambles be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, all en bloc.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 3 p.m. on Monday, May 18th. That following the prayer and pledge, the journal of proceedings be approved to date, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, that morning business be closed, the Senate proceed to executive session to resume consideration of the nominations to be considered en bloc pursuant to Res. 690 post-cloture. Further, that at 5:30 p.m., all post-cloture time be expired and the Senate vote on confirmation of the nominations en bloc. Finally, that if any nominations are confirmed during Monday's session of the Senate, the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's actions.
Without objection.
Mr. President, if there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned until under the previous order, following the remarks of Senators Schatz, Hirono, and Cortez Masto.
Without objection.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Hawaii.
Thank you, Mr. President. On Monday, the Hawaii men's volleyball team won the national championship, prevailing over the University of California at Irvine in a 4-set thriller. Every player played his part, and the win caps off one of the most successful seasons in the team's history. It also marks the third NCAA championship in men's volleyball. As head coach Charlie Wade said after the game, volleyball is a big deal in our community. It just is. For many at home, volleyball is life. If you didn't grow up playing the sport yourself, you had a cousin or a friend or an auntie or an uncle who did. And every person in Hawaii, and I mean everybody, has been to a middle school or high school or college volleyball game. That kind of love for this sport is what has made UH a volleyball powerhouse. And it's why we continue to attract and produce some of the best players in the world. But Monday's win wasn't just for the incredible athletes on the court. It was a win for the coaches, the staff, the family, the friends, the fans who supported them along the way. And it was a win for the entire state of Hawaii. This victory belongs to Hawaii. So congratulations to the Bows on their well-deserved victory. We're all so proud of you. Aloha. And now I'd like to yield the floor to my great partner representing Hawaii in the United States Senate, Senator Hirono.
Mr. President,
Recognize the other senator from Hawaii.
I'm glad to join my colleague, Senator Schatz, in rising today to recognize the University of Hawaii Rainbow Warriors men's volleyball team, the 2026 NCAA National Champions. As stated on Monday, the Rainbow Warriors defeated the UC Irvine team to claim the national title for the third time. In the process, they made history by completing the first 30-win season in program history. As a proud University of Hawaii graduate, I join people across our state and beyond in celebrating the impressive group of athletes. Not only is their roster impressive, it is diverse, with players from across the Pacific, from Europe, from the mainland, from across our islands. Tournament MVP Louis Sakanoko came to the University of Hawaii all the way from France. The Big West Player of the Year, Trud Rosenthal, is from Texas. And let's not forget two of Hawaii's own, Kainoa Wade, and Alex Parks. The Bows coach, Charlie Wade, has said that the program they built at UH is unlike anything else on the planet. And part of what makes this team so special and successful is the commitment to embracing and building around their different strengths. Players from different countries, different cultures, different playing traditions, coming together to accomplish a shared goal with the understanding that their differences make them stronger. The state of Hawaii has always understood that diversity is something to celebrate, not fear. In our state, cultures don't just coexist, they combine to create something greater than the sum of their parts. Like our state, these Rainbow Warriors show what's possible when we embrace our differences, our diversity. At a time when diversity is under attack, this team just showed the entire country that diversity is a competitive advantage. To Coach Wade, to every player, to the fans in Hawaii who packed the Stan Sheriff Center cheering at the top of their lungs, congratulations and mahalo. You've made Hawaii proud. I yield back.
Mr. President,
Recognize the senator from Hawaii.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the consideration of S-Res 730 submitted earlier today.
The clerk will report.
SRES 730, congratulating the University of Hawaii men's volleyball team for winning the 2026 National Collegiate Athletic Association Men's Volleyball Championship.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
I yield the floor.
President.
I recognize the senator from Nevada.
Mr. President, as we all know, this week is National Police Week. This is the time when we honor the brave men and women who put their lives on the line every single day to keep our families safe. This week is especially meaningful because here in D.C., we honor North Las Vegas police officer Jason Roscoe, who died in the line of duty last year, and he will be memorialized on the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Wall. Officer Roscoe was an Air Force veteran who helped keep the North Las Vegas community safe for 17 years. He was described as a friend and a mentor to other members of the department. We will forever be grateful for his sacrifice, and he will be dearly missed. Law enforcement officers like Jason Roscoe risk their lives every day to protect our communities. And while we recognize that service throughout the year, National Police Week is an opportunity to express our gratitude. For me, supporting law enforcement is personal. My husband is a retired law enforcement officer, and I have seen firsthand the sacrifices that our officers and their families make so our families feel safe at home. That's why I've worked with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to champion legislation to support police officers across the country. In December, my bipartisan law enforcement bill with Senator Mitch McConnell of Kentucky was signed into law. This legislation will ensure the families of retired law enforcement officers who were killed as a result of their service are not denied benefits. The law is called the Chief Herbert D. Proffitt Act, named after a retired police officer in Kentucky who was tragically shot and killed by a man he had arrested a decade earlier. Chief Proffitt's family was denied the benefits they deserved because he had already retired. That is unacceptable. And that is why I'm so proud that this bill to correct that mistake was signed into law. I've also advanced some important law enforcement legislation just this week. On Tuesday, my bipartisan bill to fight retail theft passed the House of Representatives as a 2024 organized retail crime as of 2024, organized retail crime cost retailers $720,000 for every $1 billion in sales. That's up 50% since 2015. We're seeing criminals become more aggressive and violent while they're stealing from our stores. They're putting both customers and employees at risk as well. It's dangerous. It's damaging the trust between retailers and shoppers, and it has to stop. That is why I was thrilled to see momentum on the Combating Organized Retail Crime Act, which I introduced with Senator Chuck Grassley of Iowa, who's been a great partner. This legislation would create an office within the Department of Homeland Security where federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies can coordinate with retail and supply chain industry representatives to curb this organized theft. It would also help create new tools to help investigators and prosecutors crack down on these criminals. This is a critical bill that will not only create a safer environment for shoppers, but will actually help lower costs for consumers. Now that it's passed the House, I urge my colleagues in the Senate to take it up for a vote. I was also proud to see my Tribal Warrant Fairness Act pass out of the Judiciary Committee this week. I have spent my career in the Senate working to end the epidemic of missing and murdered Indigenous women and children. Tribal communities experience some of the highest rates of violence in the United States, especially against women and children. And yet, tribal law enforcement agencies just don't have access to the same resources other police departments have. A glaring example of this is that the U.S. Marshals Service is not authorized to help tribal police departments in locating dangerous criminals or finding missing children. It's a cruel and unnecessary injustice that both Democrats and Republicans agree needs to change. That's what the Tribal Warrant Fairness Act does. It grants the U.S. Marshals Service the same authority to assist tribal law enforcement when they request it as it has to assist any other law enforcement agency. Now that this legislation has passed out of the Judiciary Committee, it's one step closer to becoming law. I'm going to keep pushing to get it to the President's desk for signature. And then finally, earlier this week, the Senate unanimously passed a bill that Senator Lindsey Graham and I worked on and introduced, which is the Medal of Sacrifice Act. This bill creates a new presidential award to posthumously honor law enforcement officers and other first responders who were killed in the line of duty. Our officers work hard every single day to service our communities, to keep them safe, and their sacrifice deserves the highest possible recognition. The House has also passed this bill, and I look forward to the President signing it into law. Our work here is never done when it comes to making sure our law enforcement agencies and officers have the resources that they need. But during this National Police Week, we made a lot of important progress. The legislation we passed this week will make a difference not just to our police officers, but to communities and families across the country. And let me just say, when we made progress, that was bipartisan progress in this body. I will always proudly stand with the men and women who serve as law enforcement officers, and I thank them for their service. I now ask that my following remarks be placed separately in the record.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I also rise today to honor the life of Ruby Duncan, who was a powerhouse in anti-poverty, welfare, and justice advocacy in Nevada for several decades. Ruby sadly passed away on April 26, 2026. After her own experiences as a single mother of 7, Ruby dedicated her life to uplifting women, children, and families, and she transformed Las Vegas's welfare system for generations to come. After spending her formative years in Louisiana, Ruby moved to Las Vegas in 1952, where she worked in the city's booming hotel and casino industries. Ruby was injured while working as a cook and found herself relying on social welfare programs to support her growing family. Ruby was met with a disjointed state welfare system. At that time, race, gender, and public attitudes determined an individual's access to the resources that they needed to thrive. For Ruby, this inspired a lifetime devoted to breaking down those barriers for others. Recognizing that Black women were especially vulnerable to inequities in the welfare system, Ruby mobilized with other Black mothers to create the Clark County Welfare Rights Organization and eventually the Nevada Welfare Rights Organization. Under Ruby's leadership, the groups engaged with state legislators, organized sit-ins, eat-ins, and they marched down the Las Vegas Strip to protest for better treatment for Nevada's families in need. Those efforts did not go unnoticed, prompting Nevada to reverse a 75% cut to welfare for women with children and participate in federal nutrition assistance programs. Ruby's work also sparked community developments that continue to provide support and resources to families in West Las Vegas to this day. In 1972, she founded Operation Life, an organization tasked with bringing robust childcare, education, career, healthcare, and prevention services to a historically underserved neighborhood. Operation Life brought the first library, a medical clinic for children, a child care center, low-income housing, drug and violence prevention programs, and job training for the West Side. Today, these initiatives fuel a community made stronger because of Ruby and her relentless drive. I ask my colleagues to join me in celebrating Ruby Duncan's life and the lasting impact of her dedication and sacrifice. Ruby loved Nevada and made life better for everyone who lives there. As she once said, if you want your life to get better, you gotta fight for it. And through her tireless fight, the community supports that Ruby built will endure for the women, children, and families of the future. And as a friend of mine, and someone who I got to know as a young girl and then later was able to work with, I extend my deep condolences to Ruby's children, her family, her friends, and the countless lives that she touched. She will be dearly missed. I yield the floor.
Under the previous order, the Senate stands adjourned until 3 p.m. on Monday.
Check.
Enjoy more of our videos on the Community Advocate Network channel, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. If you would like to advertise your service, special announcement, or event, you may contact us at the Community Advocate Network at gmail.com.
For community resources and services, exclusive articles, and video content, join our private community on Patreon. Link is in the bio.